Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A cloud foundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
So let's start with the JMS database. So, like I explained earlier, JMS stands for Java Messaging Service. So why is this messaging is required? So my understanding is that for the application or APIs to communicate with each other, we need a messaging service. And one of the ones for this. For that reason, JMS is going to be the main, right? Main tool to main technology to do a messaging service. What's the full advantage if you communicate through the messaging server? What is directly? Yeah, so look, you can listen to a message, a queue, and then you can publish it. You can listen it, you can process it. And so I think to me, this is really the key for everything. And we're going to have a silo application is without JMS, without messaging service, right? Right? So you could publish something, you could do something, but others cannot consume the data or consume the information. Then, there is no, it's something half-baked, right? So one thing is you want to make the communication as asynchronous. Like I said, asynchronous means, yeah, I like that. Just a response on one thread. Asynchronous means like question on one thread and response on another thread. Okay, so see, let me give you one scenario in my project. Actually, in a project, right? There is an application which is taking messages from the client applications. So this is client. And in this application, there are business processes defined. So there is some software called Commuter where we define business processes. What's happened when your request comes? Who need to upload that? Who need to delegate some other? Something like business process defined application. So when client directly, interacting to our application, right? One thing is, if your application is down, is no more, active, you use the messages. Right. You can say, sometimes, maybe after, we need to ask the client to send the message. So I know our system is not reliable, right? So application more reliable. We need to introduce something called messaging. That is one thing. And other thing is it takes a little time. Processing requires some approvals, software approves, everything is good. Then it will send back to the client. The response sent back to client not immediate. So what happens is if you are calling synchronously, that is not possible, right? So that is one thing. So for that we need to introduce something called the JMS. JMS as a specification is only specification, right? Only rules and regulations depend on Java or actually not Java. Now it's not implementation specification. So some companies took the specification and they developed the JMS server like Act V and T. So they may have a dedicated server for JMS. They took the JMS specification and they developed the JMS server Act V and T. So many are there. So here I mentioned to JVS. These are all JMS servers developed on base of JMS specification that is given by Sun Microsystems. Now it's Oracle. So now in our session, what we know, what is the agenda is we will download a JMS server. Okay, and from the Mule application. We will publish a message to the JMS. And we consume the message from the Mule application. Oh, it's published in consumer. And in the JMS, there are two types of channels are available. You know it? The persistent and the other one. What do you call that? That is one type. Queues and topics. Queues and topics. Queues and topics. Yes. Queues and topics. So queues is for one-to-one communication. Means one application will send a message to the JMS queue. It is represented by JMS queue. And another application will take out that message. Consume the message from JMS queue. Oh, maybe there are multiple consumers will be there. It's not a one application. Multiple consumers will be there. But if one message is published to this queue, once this message is consumed by any application, that is no longer available in the queue. In the queue. Okay. So if you took the message in the queue now, we can't take the same message because A take out the message. This message is no longer available. Maybe a new message comes that will be picked by the B. Okay. So at any point of time, one message is picked up by any one client. Right? That is called 2. So I have a question. Yet, for these people who are consuming like A and B and C, those applications or those systems, they each one is getting the message that it's configured right to get it. It doesn't. There is no like a conflict. They're not. So, like what I'm thinking is that, and I don't know, consumer like A is going to go different. A is going to grab a different type of message, is looking for in the queue, and B is looking for their own message and criteria in the queue, right? It is that they won't check any kind of specific category message or specific message. All the three applications are listening on the queue. You know listening, right? Okay, so the queue means for every interval. They go to messages. You listen to message. They listen to message. Is it doesn't? Do they listen to any specific type of messages that pertains to each one, or they listen to anything? They listen to anything, any message. Okay, don't categorize the specific kind of message. It is any kind of message. But no, the three applications are listening to the message. Sometimes this will get the message because at that moment it will go and you know it's the back. Sometimes we will get some. Sometimes we can all depends upon the threads. Okay, right. So listening means every few seconds, every few microseconds, they go and check the message, right? So yeah, some mismatch happens. Sometimes you will get messages. Sometimes we will get messages. Sometimes you will get messages. But only one application will get the message, the same message. So that is called queue, whereas topic is like a broadcast team. Means all three are listening for the messages. When this guy posts a message to the queue, that message is sent to all the listeners by the queue. Sorry, by the topic. Topic sends the same message to all the listening applications. So it broadcasts the essence too. So broadcast means topic. Topic is if you put in a topic for some reason, the topic. But topic there are multiple listeners are assigned associated. BC. These applications are listening on the topic. So if these are listening on the topic, these are subscribers. These three applications are subscribed to the topic subscribers, yeah? Once the sender application put the message in the topic automatically, broadcasts to all three applications. All the three applications will get the same message, right? So these C's are topic style, whereas Q, only one application will get that message, right? Means not always one, but suppose three messages come to the queue. Maybe this message picked out by A, this message picked out by B, and this message picked out by C, okay? Or maybe same all the three picked out by A. You can't say that, sir, what? Only one message picked out by only one application. That's the queue, alright? So hold on. So, and my friends say that last time you said there's three messages in the queue. Then how do they? And there's three messages in the queue. And so are they. First of all, are they all subscribers? And BC. Can we call them subscribers? Correct? Alright. So subscribers A, there's three messages in the queue. Subscribers A gets one. Right. You can say like A will get only one, maybe two messages. A will get two messages and B will get one message. Alright. The messages, all the messages. Anyway, they check the queue. If there's a message, they grab it. If there's a message, they grab it. Exactly. And there's a schedule that everyone every 2 minutes or so they go there and check. Correct? Where the topics? You said the topic's job is to broadcast the message to subscribers. Correct. And so then it has to be some kind of configuration that it knows who the subscribers are. Yes, that's how we show it. Alright. I think now I understand. So hold on 1 second. So the applications that API will develop when you run it will create a message in the queue. And it depends what kind of messaging we use, whether it's a queue or topics. It will publish something in the queue. And if you use a queue, the subscribers will get this one at a time. Or no, will get those messages from the queue. If we're using topics, we will broadcast to the subscribers. Got it? Interesting. Now we're going to download this. You can do whatever I'm saying. You can do it on your machine. So go to ActiveMCOM. Where do I go? ActiveM. Active. Active? I don't know. I get another page. I don't know why. This one, right? The same page. No, I got a different one. Google it out. Now I have it okay. So this ActiveMQ Apache is a company. It is the product. ActiveMQ is the product of Apache. Guess. Apache is a company. Okay, Apache is a company. It has two products, but ActiveMQ is another product of Apache. Download this ActiveMQ Classic. And you can download the ActiveMQ 5.17.1. It's a test one. If you have a Windows machine, download this one. I don't know your questions. Are you able to find the speech, Adam? Yeah, I'm following you. Okay, next. Okay, so this is the server. So this is the server for Apache. What I'm doing is I'm just copying downloads to my hold on 1 second. I just want to grab this. Why is it going there? Alright, so now I get the folder. Yeah, you got the folder right. Yeah, I'm with you now. So what I'm doing is I'm copying this folder from downloads to my C drive. It's not necessary, but I'm just downloads anytime we will delete it. I can create a folder right for organization wise. I can create a folder and put in there, right? I'll call it ActiveQ. And I put here paste. It's copying right now. Now, once you copy to your C drive or D drive, there is a folder called bin folder inside. Are you able to see that? Yeah. So go to that. And if your machine is Windows machine, it will be 64. There is ActiveMQ batch file because that one. So let me start this up. Run that. Yeah, run that. So I say press key, any key to continue. There is some issue with my machine. Robert stopped. Okay, I'm going to check that you got issue or you are able to run this one. 1 second. Close all this. Yeah, actually it's 17. I see Robert stop. I could have run it. There is an option to run as administrator. There it is. Yeah, so you can right click. Let's see if that solved the problem. This is quite. Your machine has Java installed in your machine. I don't think so. I'm not sure. So I have a question. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Java is this version. Let's click this one. What operating system do you have? I am operating Windows. Windows 10. Yes, Windows 10. Yeah, I have the same thing. So in the command prompt, write code to command prompt. Type Java minus version. Yeah, I do have 1.2. I have another version. I have 111.82 underscore 181. No problem. Okay. Let me. It is Java compatible 11 version, but we need to update 8 version. This is the second one is ours. It's compatible to our OS. Right? So this is not compatible to our Java. Our Java is 1.8, right? So we need to download. Okay, see this is 1.11 version. So we will download again this one. Download the second one. Okay, let me go there. The second one, right? I mean this one. Yeah, 5.16.5 version. Okay, so we will download this. Like this. Adam, you're able to download that folder. Yeah, I'm copying over right now. Okay, paste. And in 6. Yeah, I'm starting the. That's better. That's it. I think it will run for me. I installed something recently that is binding in 18.81. So I got some. I think it will run successfully for you. Right. It's doing it right now. I'm still waiting. Okay, no problem. It's doing like an active MQ and Joloki STPI. I don't know. It's stuck on a line that says information active F MQ Joloki REST API available 127 Zaluan 8161. It's stuck on that line. Yes, you are. It's good. You are good. Now open any browser. So the one you are seeing is ActiveMQ console. Web console means you can control your messaging server from this console. You can create the queues. You can delete the queues. You can create topics. You can send a message to the topics. You can send messages to the queues. You can view the messages. You can do all things of the server over here from this console. Then could you expand a little more this one? This the browser. Maximize it. What is the device? It's going back. Yeah, it's clear. Now there is a link. Manage ActiveMQ broker. Right. Welcome. Manage ActiveMQ broker. See little up. Welcome to ActiveMQ. Welcome to Apache ActiveMQ message. Down there. Little down. Oh. Now. You can see the queues, topics, subscribers, connections, the main queue, right? Menu. Top on that. Main menu on the menu. No, not on that. Say that one more time. Comb left. Yeah. Oh. Go to queues section and start with the queues. You want to create any queue. You can give the queue name. Some queue and you can create the queue. Some you can do some sales queue or some expert name. You can do any name. Resemble name will give. Test queue. Okay, test queue is fine. Create. Do I put anything here? That's not required now. It's a filter. Test queue got created, right? Right. So, if you want to send a message to this queue from this console without any, with any application, you want to send a message at the extreme. This on the record, right? At the end, there's an operations tab, is there? Operations column. Operations column. Yeah, that is number of pending messages. Column this table. This table number of pending messages. Number of consumers. Yeah. Then queue message dequeued. Operation. and operations right. So here send to link. Is there send to link? Click on the send to link. Send to link. And you can message. You can do some message over here in the message body. Yeah, okay. You can do some message and you can send this message to that queue. Which queue? Test queue. Send button is there. What is it? Send button. Oh, send. Now see, there is one pending message. And there are no consumers consuming that message. Then placing the message in the queue called enqueue and removing the message from the queue called dequeue. Say that one more time. Putting message to the queue called enqueue. The terminal enqueue. Enqueue means placing the message inside the queue called enqueue and removing the message from the queue called dequeue. Here see, message dequeue is 0. Means we just placed the message but we didn't remove that message. If you remove that message, this is dequeue. Yeah, and this is enqueue. Oh, now this is about the active enqueue. We will go back on application and we will build up the application. Now go to Anypoint Studio because my active enqueue is. I need to check it out. So are you talking about the web version or are you talking about the local N Studio? We call that local studio. Anypoint, I'm sorry. Init, the web, right? Any. So what's the other? So this one is Anypoint Studio. The one I'm opening right now. The only one. What is it called? The one I just showed you, that is Anypoint Platform Console. Okay, where you can not only Anypoint Studio, you can see Design Center, Runtime Manager, API Manager, all these consoles, right? Yeah. And there is Anypoint Platform Console. It has Contents Dashboard where you can see all these components. That is cloud version actually. That's your right. That's a cloud version. I like that. Sometimes if you don't have it locally, that's a good place to practice. And also you were correct also. And what's the other call? The data wave thing also is so good. The data wave language fun page. Yeah, that's the best idea they have because you can practice there. So you can use Anypoint to get loaded and create one project. Some JMS demo, something you do daily. You get to do this topic. It's called mess. Even the name doesn't matter. Demo. Now you configure HTTP listener to send a message to the queue. We need some channel, right? HTTP. And configure to default configuration or some configuration. Oh, I put JMS in there, yeah, type JMS. Yes, we see one way. One now try to publish this message. So configure this component. You need to publish one. Yeah, publish component. Drag. We're giving a white stick is we're giving the other thing on here. There is some issue. Oh, now here, the important point to remember is you need to connect to the JMS server that is running in that, right? It already started, right? So to connect to that server, it requires two things. The first thing is we need to tell where the active server is running. Maybe in this case, the active server running in your machine, but in the real time, maybe active server in some other machine or network, right? Yeah. So you need to tell where actually and what host, what port the active server is running. That is one thing. So this active server, we can call it as a broker. It is brokering between applications, right? It's media. So we can call it as a broker. That is first configuration. The second configuration we need to do is we need to give some driver files. Are you talking about here? Now that here we need to tell where there is plus sign, right? Yeah. Plus. Here, see required libraries is asking, right? It requires some libraries. Using these libraries, you can able to talk to the JMA server. It requires these libraries. Okay. So these libraries are available in the Appium to download. Click on Configure. Go to Local File. And go to Browse to File. And go to the folder where you downloaded the Appium to. Yes. Go inside and select the last one. Appium to all server. Yes. And open it. Yes. Oh, that's okay. That is not required. That's okay. And now we do not need to configure all the things. We need not worry. Only these two. No. It will take up. That all contains all the libraries. Oh, no, come on. No. Drag this. Drag the scroll bar on the right. Right, the scroll bar is there, right? On the window. Yeah, drag it down. That's it. Drag it down. Here, Connection Factory. Click on the factory configuration. The Connection Factory, right-click on the factory configuration drop-down button. Come down, little down, little down. Yeah, little down. Yeah, that one. This one. That one, yeah. Go edit in line. The last one, yeah. Now there is something called a broker URL, right? You are seeing broker URL. Means who is broker? Actum is broker, right? Like I said. So you would need to do the Actium URL over here. Yeah, delete it. The one we were on the MQ one. Exactly, Actium one. This no, not that. Go over there. Okay. What is it? What is it? Where do I need to go? Delete the existing one. Okay, delete the entire thing. Now there is some bookmark. Is there right? Host 6616. Are you able to see that one? Yeah, that one TCP colon. Colon slash slash loose colon 66616. That is a default. Six. Exactly. It's a broker URL. Oh, that's it. Now, okay. I don't have to do the password. Use your idea. They are not required for the purpose. Do I do a test? Are you okay? Do the test. Make sure the activity is running right. Yeah, it's running. Then I say okay. So your counter confirmation is done means your real application can be able to connect to active server and able to communicate. That is done. In the app, you can choose which queue you want to send a message. Okay, you need to be the queue name, the destination. Yeah, test queue. If that queue is not available in the app queue, it will create a queue. Okay, test queue is available, right? Then we send a message to the queue. If you use some other name, that name, the queue is not available in the app queue. If you pass a false, then a new queue will be created. Okay, got it? So you're saying that you have to create a queue first, and then this is where you put the queue, right? The queue information. Adam, in case the queue is not available in the active queue server, you give some other queue name. Yeah, I give name, but it didn't change. I don't know. Yeah, you can do that. No problem. If you do that, then what happens? Test queue will be created in the app queue. Got It's going to create one. If the name doesn't exist, it's going to create one. Yeah, if it's not available, it creates one. Okay, I see. And next step is you can view either queue or topic. Default is queue. Okay, let's start with queue. Yeah, that's it. Then come down. Okay, it's done. Now we can save the configuration. We can save it. Yeah, save the page. Okay, it's a very simple configuration. Just you are pushing a message to the queue. Just you can run the application. Yeah, it's deployed. Yeah, so this is deployed. Right, go to Postman. Postman, okay. Postman. Close this one also. Take the post method so that we can able to post a message. So, I think it was, you're giving some party. Here it was. Go to post. Take the post method to party. Yeah, do some message. This is a file. This message also you can post. Then send it. Yeah, go to Appium Q console. Which one? The Q. Yeah, the Q console. Yeah, over there. Refresh this page. We got 2. Okay, the same earlier we had a 1 and now it's 2, I think. Okay, now click on the test queue. Test queue link. Name right in the queue name. What about it? Click on the queue name. Yeah, click on it. Then you can see the message. Click on the first message. First message ID, yeah? Yeah, this is the message we sent, the message you posted, right? So this is a simple publish of message. I start the database now. Let me start the database. So you are able to see my screen, right? I do see your screen. Then once you can basic and start the database. So like in the mole, right? It's not smooth. The mole. Mule is, we developed the Mule application. Suppose Mole application. And Mole application is talking to JMS. Publishing message to JMS. And the same Mole application is connecting to database. Same Mule application has connectivity to VM. The same Mule application is sending some message to external HTTP application or listening HTTP client. Right. So to communicate to this external system, Mule application required some libraries. So libraries is a software file. So to talk to database, it requires database library. To talk to JMS, it requires JMS library. To talk to HTTP server, it requires HTTP library. To talk to VM, it requires VM library. Right. Yeah, so these files we call as a technically dependencies. Dependencies. Why you call it dependencies? Because your Mule application is dependent on this library. On this library. Got it? These libraries are not there. No, your Mule application is not able to talk to any of the systems. Okay, these dependencies are in as a jar files actually. Every dependency is jar file. Jar file is an extension of a dependency. Like a database is a database jar file, is JMS jar file, JMR file. Right. So these jar files are required to run your Mule application. So far, so good. Yep, then the second part is where these jar files exist. Are we going to store all the jar files in Mule application? Mule application in sense by developing. For example, in your Anypoint studio. This is Anypoint studio. One small basic and we move to the database. Okay. The basic is like Mule application has dependencies. Right, that we discussed. Right. That's right. And all of these library dependencies are jar files. Yeah. You're asking some questions. Yeah, and the jar files usually are what? Based on Java. Based on Java. Okay. So now the question is, if you are developing a Mule application, right? Now you are in the development stage. Yeah. So what happens is when you develop Mule application, you need to build the Mule application. Yeah. You have the term build. Build here. Okay, one moment. So build means you're like a run. It's like a build. Build like means run. Yeah. So build means what is the application. So what the application is doing is it will compile all the source code. Yeah, okay. Compile all the source code and get all the dependencies. And it will package the application as a deployable artifact. Okay, it adds all the dependencies and it packages that one. Okay. So this package I can deploy to the Mule server. Right. The application we need to make this application as a deployable artifact. So that process is called build process. So build process. So once we develop the application, yeah. You're saying that we have to make the application. You have to use a build process to build the application. And when it's built, it becomes what? What do you say? Say it again, one more time. Deployable artifact. Deployable artifact means that is the package we can. Mule server can accept that package. Right. So how the Mule applications are built are using a tool called Maven. Maven is the tool is used to build the Mule applications. Build means what's the process in the build. What's the process in the build is we need to add all the dependencies to the job to the Mule application. We need to manage the dependencies. What are dependencies? Dependencies means the library files which are required to talk to the external systems. Right. If these dependencies are missing, Mule can't be able to talk to that system. So we need to add all these required job files and we need to package that Mule application. Then only the Mule application will run in the server if the dependency is not added to the package. No, the Mule can't talk to that server. It won't be able to run. Yeah. So let me, one second. This thing gets into your head because it really is very important to understand what's happening behind the scenes. And that's really what I really like about you, that you put all the dots together. So for Mule application, When you have a Mule application, you need to build, right? Yeah, and when in that build process, it means that the application will use a Maven to build all the dependencies. Write all the library files the application needs, so that this will become a deployable. What do you call that artifact? Exactly, yeah. For the Mule server to run. For Mule server, right, to execute this application. Correct. Got it. This one is comfortable to design and write. So that is not suitable. Let's see. Check. This is not proper. Okay, that's it. So now we see the Maven, how Maven works. Maven has one file called Ponxmo file. PAM stands for Project Object Model. PAM file. Every Mule application you create, that is a Maven-based application. And it comes with the PAMXML file if you see any Mule application. Unfortunately, this is a different machine. I need to open the Mule application again. One moment. Okay, it takes a little time. So every Mule application ships with the PAMXML file. Okay, PAMXML file is very important file you need to understand. So all basic CI/CD process, all automated deployments, all based on the PAMXML file. That is a core part. You know you need to have good understanding about the PAMXML file. Now what this PAML file contains? It's basically Excel file. It contains the dependencies information basically. I will show you the PAMXML file. Even if you have any project element, you can see the PAMXML file. Yeah, I'm looking right now actually. If you open, there is some section called dependencies. Okay. If you open a PAMXML file for the stage project, what you build, right? What you publish and consume the message from the Axiom, right? Okay, if you open the PAMXML file of that project, you can able to see the Axiom 2 dependencies. So 1, 2, 3, this one I'm looking, it has a 4 dependencies. One is HTTP dependency. Because you have HTTP, listen also, right? There was HTTP dependencies is there. So I couldn't tell what dependency is for, but all I can tell is that it has the 4 dependencies. Yeah. Let me add my. Oh, this one has. Oh, you're right. Now I see it. I open it, one of the dependencies, and it says that the Mule HTTP connector. So you are using HTTP listener, HTTP something. HTTP dependency is created. Okay, I see now. So I have to expand. No, you got to doubt. In the PAMXML file. In the PAMXML file, we define the dependencies. Yeah, This one also dependency. This means this jar file is required to run this project. That's what you're telling in the dependency. So then, where actually the physical jar file exists. Got. So in the dependency information, you are able to see the three fields. One is artifact ID, group ID and version. That's right. Artifact ID, group ID and version. So group ID is like from which company? From which company, or I don't know from which department this jar file is generated. Who is giving this jar file? From which company and which department inside that company? So you can find org-mule connector, something like that. I see org-mule connector, one of them. The other one called org Apache ActiveQ. But that jar file is given by Apache. Right? So group ID defines from which company group that jar file is provided. And artifact ID defines the actual name of the jar file. Oh, so the group ID is the company who provided the library. The company, and inside the company, if any department is there. See if you find org-mule inside the mule company. The connectors department is giving this library file. So if it says org-mule connectors, yeah? Right. So it means that in the mule company, the connectors group is there internally. Connectors department. That department is providing this jar file. Okay, I see, got it. I see org Apache ActiveQ. That means ActiveQ department provided this. Yeah. Oh, so that is a group ID. Artifact ID is the actual name of the jar file. Oh. And version is which version of jar file it is. It is not a version. Okay, right. Even if we are building the mule application, that is also, on top of our mule POM XML file, you can see group ID, artifact ID. You can mention. If you go top of the top 3 line slide, you can find the group ID. Artifact ID. So that means if you're developing this component, whatever mule component you're developing company, you need to give your company name over here. To which company you're developing this component. Oh, right. Say that one more time. So if you're developing what? See if you're in your POM X1, right? Let me okay one thing. So I understand that the library we're using, we can tell who developed and who provided what department. That provided that. Yeah. So when you're doing a project for your company, do you? We don't, okay? So library files or jar files or dependencies. It's enterprise-wise. It's not something that I or you develop. Yeah. It's not right. Yeah, sure. But we can also develop our applications. Like, you can develop this application and internally you can use this dependency to the other applications. Yeah, so I understand that. So I know that we can develop mule applications. Yeah, but normally the API developer guy or mule developer person, they don't develop a library. We don't develop a library. We use it. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. But you can develop one application and you can use your application as a dependent to that application. That's right. That's right. In that case, you need to tell the group ID, artifact ID of your application. Right for that, you need to mention that on the top of the permit XML file, there are fields called group ID, artifact ID, version right you need to mention over there. Okay, so that is one part. And second most important part is where actually these jar files exist when you are developing the application. So you open your brand new laptop. You just purchase a laptop, brand new laptop. You just install a mole. Nothing is there in the laptop. It's a blank laptop. Now you started developing the Mule application. Then you need the jar file, right? You need the HTTP jar file. HTTP. Then how you get those jar files? Right? That's the question. Yeah. For Maven. Sec. For Maven, right. This is not working. Maven uses one central repository in the cloud. Internet. There is a repository. So there is a repository in the internet. It contains all the jar files. It is called Maven repo. This information is also there in your formatted XML file. So first time you develop application, you develop Mule application in Anypoint Studio and you ran the Mule application first time, assume. It is a Mule application and you run the Mule application. Once you run the Mule application, what happens is it sees the formatted XML file. In the formatted XML file, you define the dependencies. Okay, these are the dependencies required to run the Mule application. It sees those dependencies available in your local repository or not. In your machine, there is some local repository. Okay. You see the local repository. Is actual local repository exist or not? If it exists, the dependencies in the local repository exist or not? If there is no local repository, there is no dependencies. What happens is it downloads the required jar files from Maven repository and stores those jar files in a local repository. Then your Mule application will point the jar files in the local repository. Does it do this automatically or you have to say download it from the repository? No, automatically. It's first time only. For example, second time you run the application, what happens? It checks the local repository. The jar files exist in the repository. It won't contact the Mule Center repository. Yeah. So what I was thinking is that if you end up using another library that you may need for your application, yeah? Do you have to say like download that for the Maven? Exactly. Download from Maven. Or does it do automatically or the application or the Mule will do automatically? Once you know that you don't have the library, yeah, look, does it do? Does it go out there on the internet and get it there from the Maven? Yes, automatically. You need not do anything. Just to mention that form of XML file, the dependency section, that's it. That's it, alright. It sees the local repository. If not available, it downloads that jar file from Maven repository. Nice that moment. If you don't have internet, your build will fail. Okay, because internet is required to download, right? So, in the Windows machine, if you want to see the local repository, then you can see over here. Go to Windows. There is a folder called Users. You are using Windows machine. Yeah, I'm using Windows machine, right? You can find the users folder in the C drive. Yeah, I think I can do it. So C drive users. In that you can find something like Adam with your name, one username. You can see one folder, right? Yeah. Okay, if you go inside that folder, you can find something like ME2 folder. Is there? If you go inside the M2 folder, you can find something called repository. That's right. Okay, this is called your local repository. All your jar files stored in this local repository. For example, if you have some mule argumule, I see a lot for J. Yeah, mule. This argumule. I have a question. This is not related to this, but a few months ago, 4 months ago, there was some kind of vulnerability. Yes, it's up in the. Yeah. So at the time we have to upgrade to the latest and all that stuff. Correct. So the question is that now that I just don't because I'm using the work laptop. I don't want to create some kind of vulnerability. So how do I know that my log for J is the latest? So you can see you need to make sure the log for J is latest, right? Yeah, how can I make sure that? Right now I can see that if I, under repository it has a log for J. And the log for J, when I open it, says 1.22. Let me check. I can go to the Maven repository. This is a Maven repository. The Maven repository. Let me check the log for J, okay. Sorry. So this log for J is Feb. Just 2 months back. Yeah. Version of log for J. It is 2. Is the right one. You're seeing. No, I have a 1.2. See, it has 2 vulnerabilities. It has 3 vulnerabilities. Some you're seeing right here. Log for J-core library. There are some wonderful defense over here. If you don't want these vulnerabilities, you need to make sure your version is this one, 2. That you can upload in POMAD.xml file also. So again, you can update. See these 2 log for J versions, right? C22, 17.10 to 17.1 don't have any vulnerabilities. Right. So in your POMAD.xml file, you can find log for J dependency. Right. Are you able to see? Let me see. Let me open my POMAD.xml file 1 sec. To JMS. Where are you seeing the log for J version, Adam? In the folder repository if you go repository folder. Okay, there it doesn't work because maybe you are using the machine quite wrong. Let me see my repository. If you go back to repository, go to repository one more time. Go to the repository folder. And then you see log for J. Directly can find log for J from here. Yeah, there's a folder called log for J. I saw it there. Right there in the middle. In the middle. So open the yeah. My log for J is not upgraded. My also older version 1.27. I have a 2. The top one. What's the log for J core? For the implementation. One set. What's this log for J? This is a 2018 version. Mine is the top one. I know that's what I have. Let me see this work. That is not what you see. Yeah, I used to do this in my work, where I used to go Apache website. Don't worry. If you go to this version, that is not valid. It's Apache logging log for J. Let me go to the org once in my repository. Where is the org man? Apache logging for J. And inside the log for J code. So currently the latest log for J code. This is the one we are using. Don't worry on that. Alright, let me go there. Go to this folder. I want to double check that. So under repository. It's org right here. Oh. Log. Log for logging log for J and log for J code. And then And then you can find C like versions right 2.17. The latest versions only right. So this is we downloaded in just 1st of this Jan. This one, log for J into core version. I think we're good. I have a 2. This laptop I didn't use actually. Today, due to internet issue, I'm using this laptop. So maybe this housing some older versions, okay? So don't worry on that. You can remove that folder if you want, if you don't want. If you have any doubt in that, you can remove that older version. Log for J file, you mean like using? Like in here 2.5. You can delete that. You can delete that. See if any of your older application using the job file. They won't work. Because they're dependent on the job file, right? So they won't work. Okay, hope you got some idea about this thing now. Yeah, I do. So. You're saying here is a safe to delete all the files. Yeah, I don't know how critical your applications are. If you delete your application, don't blame me. I think it's okay. I have the latest one. That should be good. Alright, we can continue. Thank you. Yeah, so these are the dependency job files. See in my new lab, Anypoint Studio. I have 10 applications, right? 10 to 12 applications. Maybe here I have 6 applications. So all the applications we use the job files to local repository. You don't need to have a separate set of job files for each application. Then you can reuse those job files, and when building they get that job file from this local repository and they bundle that, and they may package into a packageable, deployable artifact. So those are all things done by this Mabel. Right. So see this. Mabel has the name of this job file. The name of the project is this project. And I can mention some properties, some repositories. This is Anypoint repository. Okay, so that's about the Mabel. And going forward, we see when deployment cease. We deploy to the Mabel, then you understand completely about Mabel. So you hope you got some basic idea about the Mabel, right? Yeah, I do. It's the one that before the Mule application to work, like when we say run application. When the project before it does everything is the one that makes sure that we have all the dependencies. And so that the application can run successfully. If you don't have all those libraries, all those dependencies, nothing's going to work. So that's why we need a Mabel. Fantastic, Adam, you're fantastic. Good understanding. Thank you. I appreciate you. Next thing is to let me do a simple application. Mule project. Let me configure one simple Mule application to talk to database. You can show my code. So I'm configuring some path like /db. And I want to query the database and get some information from the database. For that we have a database connector. Go to this component file and type database. So if you type database, you can find all the database related connectors. A bunch of connectors to get, and so based on your operation, you need to use that connector. If you want to just query the database and get the records, you use the select connector. If you want to insert the insert you want to delete bulk, insert bulk. There are different for each operation. That's right. So I want to just query the database. For that, I'm using the select component. Database into configure the database, but tell where actually your database is located. So connector configuration, and we need to select the what database you are connecting to. There'll be Microsoft SQL Server, Microsoft MySQL Oracle. These are, some databases most people use. If you want to use the Postgres or any other database, you need to select the generic connection. Generic connection for any other kind of IBM DB2 or Postgres. There are several databases out there, right? Okay, if you don't find the database on the list, you need to use the generic connection. Okay, so I'm using MySQL. So I'm selecting the MySQL connection. Like I said, it requires library to talk to the database, right? Just now we discussed that. That's right. So we need to add the libraries. So library, I can configure it. And here are 3 things you can. If you already has library included in the Anypoint, you can use add recommend libraries. Studio also added. If a jar file is available in your local machine, in your C drive or D drive, any folder jar file is available. You can use local file. You can add it yesterday. We add the jar file using local file. You remember? Yeah, I do. Yesterday also, James. We require the jar file, the library file. So we go to the IBM to download folder and we added the jar file, right? That's right. I remember that as we can add the Maven dependence. It retrieves from the Maven server Maven repository. So let me add from Maven repository. So, but what is MySQL? I added the library file required. And next I need to view where the database is running, in which host it is running. So in my machine locally, it is running for localhost. If it is running a network, you need to give the IP address. And 332.6. Let me connect for a moment. What's that? Most people like pinch. So I have databases in my MySQL. I usually use the database for support for new applications. And there is some. It is a table. So I guess some employees 1 sec. Adam, you have any database installed on your machine? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't. Okay. You can install or you can use the cloud database also in the cloud. You can have a little. MySQL is available on the cloud. Is that right? That would be nice. You could show me. This one site called Cloud Clusters, but is free. You can use for 1 week and you need to receive a different email if you want to use it. Cloud Clusters. Cloud Clusters. Even you can You can use this Amazon RDS also. That is also good. But sometimes it is getting some issue for me. Go to Cloud Cluster. You can register yourself. I can create some MySQL database. Okay. And do you think that's valid for a week? Yeah, that's valid for a week, and if you need to register again with a different email ID. Okay, but you will be lost the data. Anyway, we are using for testing purposes. Also, that is fine. Okay. Yeah. Or if I'm thinking, maybe I don't know. Maybe I need to install. I have some database like I can connect to my work. And I think it might be. What I'm thinking it might be is that I create the, maybe I don't know, maybe I install a, what is that called? MySQL, right? Yeah, if you have any restrictions to connect to what database. In that case, you can use a cloud database. If you don't have any restriction, okay, that's fine. Cloud One is a perfect solution, but I hate that every week we have to create a new account. Otherwise, we need to pay that unnecessarily. We need to let me see what is the data per month you can take it. If it is cheaper, okay, I don't know. I need to check the commercial value of the database. If it is minimal, then take that license and use for training purposes the minimum that is available, right? See some billing, let me see. You have some databases or Oracle. You have different databases available. Okay, wow, nice. My score. You can create any database. Let me see the billing, how they bill. I don't know, they lost payment. I need to check. Oh, see the billing, and if it is cheaper, then take that. And in that, I can create any table like Oracle SQL. MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL Server. Most of my database are SQL, some Oracle. But for this exercise, if I could do SQL or MySQL is the same, but that would be nice. Alright, so I'll look into this and find out. Okay, if not, go to practice. Take 1 week and practice 1 week. Okay, that's done. Because only you need to have one time. Afterwards, everything is the same. Nothing special in this. Yeah. For now, I'm using a HTTP browser. The browser is not able to render that data. Yeah, therefore, what I'm doing is I'm transforming the information that is coming from the database into the JSON format. The transform is just a component. So what I'm doing is in this transform is just a component. 1 sec. This machine is quite slow. Therefore, I stopped using this machine due to internet issue. So I'm changing to JSON and what I need to transform the payload right. The payload that is coming from the database. So I transform to JSON in, and that JSON I'm writing to my HTTP client. Right? So let me quickly run this thing. It's deployed, so let me try. Meanwhile, I could have opened the Postman. That's post /given path as db. And I will try to get the information. So I got the employee records as a JSON, right? So these are the records actually in the database, right? So these are got a JSON. You don't want to get all the records. You want to, you want to pass a parameter over here. You want some parameterized records. So with that you could use a word class, right? Where close. Yes, exactly. So what happens is from the client, I will pass the name which I want to see. So I want to only that. So for that I want to configure my query with a weird class. So what's that employee? I will take employee name. Where MP name is equal to. I'm doing like some placeholder MP name. See, this is some sort of place where this is not actually. It doesn't exist here. That's right. So okay. So there is something quite input parameters you can find over here, right? So you need to map the exact name to this parameter in this section. So I come over here. I open one bracket. And for this employee name, what I'm mapping is attributes. Attributes query params. Some MP name. Right. Yeah. So now, saving it. So it started. And this time I want this side. Okay, I don't want any other employee. So what I'm doing is the query parameter. MP name equals equal to. And if I send it, I'll get only that record, right? Nice. Because from database, it's based on the where class. Yep. Alright. So similarly, if you want to insert also, the query is same insert. But where are fields you want to insert, right? That you can mention over here. And in the input parameters, you need to mention those inputs. You can create a more input parameters. And if you do that, do you have to create another places or you can do inside our prices? You have to say same places only if you have so. Say that for example. Say that for example like employee ID if I want to. Yeah. Yeah, for input primary if I want to do. If I go by employee ID. Employee. We want to be based on these two things. For example, no. Okay, no. No, just employee ID. Employee ID, okay. In this case, okay, I hear a suggestion. We can say, for example, you can search either using employee name or employee ID. Either with the employee name or employee ID. Okay, then how do you write the query for that? So what I'm going to imply here? We're in plain name. Okay. So what I was thinking is that we will have a one for employee name and another one called employee ID. Yes, in the database IDPC, there is an employee number is there. An employee name is there, right? Yeah, so if you want to retrieve the employee based on employee number and employee name, in that case where the name is equal to name and emp underscore number is equal to some colon. Yeah. The problem with this is that is expecting two values. Exactly, yes. But if we give them a choice for the customers, hey, you can either search employee name or you can search the employee ID. So we are employee, okay, I see. So what I was thinking is that the word cause. Yeah, for the cause. You have a column name, right? We want to either the column name to say either on plain name or employee ID. So I don't know what I'm asking if it's double. But yeah, it's double. See from the input, right? We want what you're getting. You are giving employee name or employee ID. Sometimes you give employee name and sometimes you give employee ID. That's right. Okay, let me do that one. You will understand the two. One more concept calls the same time. Okay, there is something called choice. Choice, I got it. Okay, choice, we need to do the condition over here. When condition means when we require to take this path and when we require take this path. That's right. So when I'm doing is attributes. Attributes query param emblem not equal to null. If we employee name not equal to null, if employee name is given, it will take this path. Okay. So I'll take one more part, something like add. You want to do another choice. One. Now I want one moment. I think you put the choice right. Before the select, yeah. Okay, now something. Attribute is param semtem not equal to null. Sorry, okay. Copy this thing for this branch. And number not equal to null. Okay, and for this, yeah, it needs to come out based on the employee name only. Oh. And I configure one more database component. Database select. This logger is no longer equal actually. Loggers are not required as of now. So in this, the same database configuration. And the query is also almost the same. Just I see I will change the where class only. Okay. Very MP underscore. Let me see the database column name or else yeah. EMP underscore and alright, okay. EM underscore. And all this for a new. And map right. You know, open parenthesis. Attributes that looks good. Putting some empty logger. Oh yeah, the last. So let me see. This is the point. Yeah, it is deployed. Now, yeah, it's not a private deploying. Yes, it is deployed now. If I give you employee name, yeah, like sorry, it will. Return self start from employee. With parameter rename name. Employee underscore name. Yes, you have to say employee underscore name. Let me see what. Employee. I think that's fine, yeah. I think here is fine. This thing I need to map like this, right? Yeah. This thing has to match because this will go as right. So, even at the end. Yeah, here also. Here, you're right. It's right. Only this one has to match with this one. That is not a problem. Once. Yeah, it started. Now, if I give you this message, I got size right. And instead of him, then you say equal to 1. This one. 1868, something like this, okay? Is equal to 868. I got that one. Right, nice. A few important takeaways. One is about the choice router. Hope you understand about choice order is a simple router, right? So one more time. The choice router, yeah, it's called router because it routes the request to different paths, right? Yeah, okay. Based on the condition, it routes the request to different paths. That's right. So we will configure one condition, the first path. If this satisfies, means if ename, emp name is there, this path will execute and it won't execute the rest of two paths. This will execute and move to the transfer message component, right? Okay, so it has to. Yes, it should not be empty or no. Yeah, because we are passing emp name here from here. right? See, in this case, we are passing emp number. We are not passing emp name. This will be null, emp name will be no, right? So this condition not satisfies. First condition is not satisfied, then it checks the second path condition. This path condition. Right, so here emp now not equal to null. Yes, we are passing emp number. It is not equal to null. It is 1868, right? So it takes the second path and next it excludes the transformation component. It won't exclude the default if all the condition fails. If we are not passing the, for example, from the postman, we are not passing either employee number or employee name. Just we are sending the request like this. So in that case, what happened? What happened is it will take a default. Yeah, default. So then you can able to see something. We log in the default path. So that is called invalid option, right? This got printed over here, right? So that is about the choice router. This is one of the important takeaway choice router loads. The request based on the condition on the paths. Okay, whatever condition satisfies, it routes to that path. Yes, so I understand the choices exactly. Can you click the choice icon? Okay, I want to see what you configured. Do you configure anything under here? The problem under here. Nothing, no, right? Nothing. Okay, yeah, only the paths. So the first choice, we saying that if the attributes query parameter employee name. Yeah, if employee name is not empty. Yeah, exactly, it's gonna do that. It's gonna do the select statement, yeah. And the second one is that if employee number may be yes, right? Okay, now I got it. But you're only transforming one and only one. You're not doing. I know this will just a practice, right? We just want to see. But that transform is only does, it only works on one group on the employee enum. So do you see the transform message? Yeah, it's only doing right now one, right? It's only tied to one. Right now, what this transform is doing just is transforming the payload to the JSON format. Okay, on either conditions, right? Either conditions. Yes, yeah, both the condition, both. Yeah, now tell me one question. I lost. So here, if we pass both, emp name is equal to sum and emp no is equal to. I am passing both example. Okay, yeah, you won't work. In that case, which route will get executed? The default one, no, it checked the first route, right? If this satisfies, then it's done. It won't check the rest of the routes because we are passing employee name. Employee name is not equal to null. This path will get executed. I go to the transform, so it's not going all the way, just checking if the first condition is met. Yeah, then it will run even though the second condition also satisfies. In this case, we are passing employee number also, but it doesn't matter. It won't care that one, only the first one. Yeah, I see it makes sense if this. If this not satisfies, then only go to the next path. Okay, that is in the choice. Router and database select is one of the takeaway. We need to see how to configure the connectivity here. Yeah, right, while config connected, we need to configure driver first. Then we need to give where this database is running, what database credentials, all the stuff. That's right. Okay, next we will configure the query part. Yeah, you'll call the query part if you're passing any parameters. We need to pass parameters like this. Okay, right? Employee name. Okay, so this is any parameter, whether it's a URI or query parameter, it's similar, right? Similar configuration. This not related to your query parameter. This related to query database parameters. So skull query parameter for skull query. If you're passing any anywhere clause, then you need to configure like this. If there is no way, I see there's no other option. There is not like. This one is a like. Under input parameters, you use an equality parameter, but also you could have used it your I parameter. Yeah, you are whatever you want, you can map that one. That doesn't matter. Okay, but if you do in the select queries like statement, if you're passing a parameter, you have to design in this way, employee name equal to, then put a variable name or exactly colon variable name. This is called placeholder. Yeah, placeholder, right? Placeholder. That placeholder we need to map in the intersection. Okay, all right, attributes that. Yeah, so it's right now like it could be like, for example, like employee name, colon attributes that I could use a URI parameter. Yes, you can, absolutely no problem. Yeah, that name, but on the post. Or on a, what do you call a postman? Then I, instead of saying equal to, I use in a crisis, right, braces? Yes, yeah, to pass the URI from your parameter. Correct, got it, all right. Okay, then what you see why this required we? If you pass like this, what happens for employee name is equal to, I'm passing like Psi. There is some employee called name Psi in the database. I want to, get, if I give like this, what's happening any wrong over here? So employee name, you will say so. So the challenge is okay. For example, there is an Adam is implies there. If I give Adam, as you know, okay, I need to proceed with details. So what is the problem? So the problem is, yeah, the input parameter doesn't match. And that is not the case. What happens is if you configure like this is hard-coded, right, is always fetches Adam's details. Only that's right. Here we are passing the, employee name. We're fetching that employee details, right? That's right. It's dynamic. It's dynamic. If you do this becomes static, fixed. Yeah, right? So we won't, get that feature for that purpose if you want. If you want your query to be dynamic, then we need to configure like this. Okay, got it? Yeah, these two, and next thing. Next example in databases, all these database operators are self-explanatory. You can practice. I can give that one. Only one important thing is this one on table row. Okay, this is a one important thing. This is a little different. So on table row is like this. Let me explain little theory about on table row. You have a requirement like, so there is a table called employee table in your database. And there is one application, some application. Whenever a new employee joined in the company, it is adding the record to this employee database. Yeah, okay. Yeah, then what happens is there is another application. it has to do some onboarding activities for employee. So whenever a new record added to this table, it has to pick that that record, and it has to do onboarding process. Some creating email or creating something's going to rate right when employee joins to company. Yeah, okay, this is different application, some onboarding application. Okay, so in that case, it's this application is keep on listening, the database table, right whenever it's checking. So it's checking if there's if it's new entry, right, exactly. Okay, so if you have such requirement, this is on table row. Okay, on this table a new row adds, then this automatically triggers. Okay, for that purpose. See, I'm creating one simple. This on table row is an event source, is not an event listener. Sorry, event processor, it event source. Right, so we need to tell on which table it has to listen. Okay, I'm configuring the same database configuration, and if you configure the database, this the host name, all the things, right? Yeah, you can able to see all the tables on the database. See, here I have other comment country employee locations. These are some different tables. Are there okay? So those tables are there here. See, in the Mule support, there are these tables, right? All tables got loaded here. Yeah, okay, whether we need an employee one. Okay, if you want employee one. What is the employee table? Then you should select which table you want to listen. So I want to listen, right? And you have to select what is the frequency. It can check frequency. If you can tell, okay, I have this component has to listen the database for every 20 seconds. Right, scheduling frequency for every 20 seconds. It will go into the database for new tables. Sorry, new records. Got it. Yeah, okay, let me configure a simple logger over here to print the database records. Yeah, let me. So we did not do anything. See its database. It's printing all the records. See a gross salary, employee number, employee name, right, for another 20 seconds. It will print again. See if you see the timestamp. Yeah, it is about C32 earlier. It is. What's the time? Sorry, 10 after 30. How many seconds? Every 20 seconds. I think, right, you call for 20 seconds. Yeah, 20 seconds, right? See here. Log stamp, timestamp, Adam. So I don't know. And so the purpose here is to read the table for every 20 minutes or to check if there is a null. Excellent question, Adam. I like this so. So whatever frequency you configure here, right, every 20 seconds you can go and check, fetch all the information in the database. But that is not an ideal case, right, people would want. Newly inserted records after that point. That's right. Yeah, so for that you need to configure something like watermark, okay? Okay, watermark column. So if you configure watermark column, what happens? First time it will print all the things. Next time onwards it will take a timestamp. After that timestamp, newly added records only it will return. Yeah, okay, so I'm configuring the watermark column as the employee number. We need to configure the primary key of the database over here for watermark column. That's right. Okay, so let me clear the console. Yeah, first time. Sorry, it's log and it's logged. I cleared the console. Okay. And what I'm doing is I'm inserting a new record. This watermark column is not proper, man, because it's not an increment with actually watermark column. Should do an increment, man. Okay. Okay, I give some highest number the something added. Okay. Finish. Then if I see this record got returns, right? Only this record returns. Chicago location. And the next time onwards it won't return anything unless a new record got added with employee number greater than this employee number. Oh, actually our database column is to be auto increment is not like that. But okay, and this is my mistake. I didn't make as our increment. So hope you got the idea about the watermark. Yeah, that's right. So that's how it's supposed to. So it knows right now where to start from next time. Yeah. That's about on table row. So I have a question. Yeah, then how do you configure it? And to say how do you configure like for someone like in that exact to that table? How can we say and but somehow maybe this is not ideal table, right? Somehow it's still printing. Some of it's built in. Yeah, what is the I see new line is written out all again. No. That's different. That's not a new. What is this? This is a different statement. It's not an something like SL statement. Okay. We got is only one time. Okay. So my question to you is that how do you club and how do you and configure, but how do you take the table role? Like for example, like in this flow, you have write the choice route and all that stuff. That might be different. I don't know. So what I was thinking is that right now, you only configure and a follow by itself. Right? That has this thing and call on table role. Exactly. So you could You could do something like this. This is saying on table role and then create another flow, right? And not something like a transfer. Like transform the yeah. Exactly so. What I want to do is I will transform the new record. And I want to store the record to file. I want to write the record to file. Okay, that's nice, yeah. File write. You need to give the path where you want to write in your machine in the path section. Yeah, test folder. Yep, I want to return over here C drive test folder. Okay, so C test. Employees, and I want to write links. So here I am transforming to JSON because I want to write a JSON format, right? Yeah. What you need to transform is you transform the payload. Because the thing you return is a payload to the transform component. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to add one more record to the database. Nice 0.2. I'm adding the symmetry card. So I did this record. Right. What happens if I add that record? After 20 seconds, you'll read. Yeah, it's got printed means yes. Let me go back to my path. So here I got an employees and file. If you open that file, you can able to see the record. It's opening. See this record we added. Yeah. So you can send this record to JMS FPMQ as a message. You put a choice router, something like if they are satisfied into JMS or only based on some parameter. You can send to either JMS or data, sorry file based on some condition. So then you can publish it into JSM queue. Yeah. And then maybe then in the real life, create another application that consumes that and then outputs to another system. Exactly. And then we pick that from the JMS and we get to write to the file. Yeah, and it might be in some other database, some different database. Things will be there like that only in real time. So Ganesh, this is really good. Yeah. So you get this from the new record from the database. You transform it. You can send it to JMS, right? And publish that message, right? Correct. And in real life, as we said, then you can have another application that consumes that message. And then transform it and write to another database or another system. That's common practice, right? It's common practice. Only you transform to another database that's the format of the other database you know, or the fields. You transform that format and write to the database. That's a common use case, right? Yeah, common use case, Adam. Yeah, it's quite common. In the integration space, different applications will communicate to each other, right? So one set of data needs to move to the other application. That may be, in a different format in the other application. The storage target is also different. Might be. I wish I could do something like that. There's a lot of cases I have like this that I would love to practice with you while practicing, sure. So alright, that's good. So this is how we do in databases. Okay. Database. One more thing you need to understand is about this bulk statements. We need to practice one of the bulk component, bulk inside. Right? So this is one important component. Like see what happens is sometimes like the integration will get different. One second. We have insert component. It's an insert. So insert component. We can send a record to database, insert into a table. If you want, I can show you the insert statement. Also very simple insert query. Simple insert into you. Have an idea of a SQL query? Yeah, I know, yeah. Simple. If you save simple insert query, a new record, you can able to add a new record to database using insert statement. That's right. So what happens is you need to read a file, read some CSV file. And that file from a location where this file contains 100 employee reports, 10,000 employee reports. You may have some. So your activities, you need to read that file, fetch all the employees from that file, transform that employees to the database format and insert to database. That is your activity. Yes, right. So to insert the 1,000 employees, you need to contact database 1,000 times. 1,000 insert statements, right? Each insert statement is a network call. Yes. Because in our machine, it is database and application running on the same machine. That is not issue. But in real-time database might be running a different IP address, different host, right? Yeah, okay. So we are doing 1,000 network calls and every time you need to connect to database and you need to insert. That is no. That consumes your network. Traffic and performance is also slow. Yeah. It's not efficient. It's not efficient. Every time you're connecting to database means you're establishing a connection. That is expensive one. Takes time and resources. Okay, so the better idea is here using the bulk insert. What bulk insert will do is it creates all the insert statements and won't send until lin1000. Infrastructure create. And it will send all 1,000 insert statements in one call. So database will read that all insert statements and insert to database. So in one call, I will send all the records. That is called bulk insert. Got it, Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is when we are going to insert. Many records are huge number of records. We need to use the bulk insert. Yeah, so I haven't used it, but I'm thinking this is a good practice for like a few creating like a first time. if you create a table first time for some, right? Yeah, with a lot of record, right? Yeah. If you have a log of record and first occurring table first time and you want to insert a lot of record, this is it's a good case. Exactly, yeah, a lot of records. This is we need to use the bulk insert. We should not use normal insert. Yeah, when there is situation. But if you're dealing with like after you create a lot of them and you expecting and some, not many, then do you see a case where a bulk insert is the what's? Okay, I have a question. So like what's the what kind of a? How many? What's kind of? What's the count of the records that's candidate for a bulk insert instead of a normal insert? You want higher limit, upper limit? Yeah. So what I'm thinking, and a 20 record or 15 record to insert table. Do you go? Do you go normal insert or do you go bulk inserts? I don't know. I'm just wondering what's the best practices for some. Yeah, I prefer bulk insert if you're inserting more than 50 cards. More than what? 50 or Yeah, less than more than 50. Yeah, more than 50. It's better go for the bulk insert. Let me see the bulk insert. Let me either. I read the documentation quite long. Yeah, that's fine. So the best practice. Always you need to read the news of signed documentation on the concept. Whatever we discussed here. That's right. So because I may not cover the entire, scenarios and stuff. Okay, I got it. Let me check. The bester. That's fine. We'll look into that more later. I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay, go to the space and read this thing. That's good. Yeah, that is about the bulk concept. And these three things you need to understand is normal. Select update. Select insert, update, delete. These are normal queries. Okay. Yeah. This is very simple. And other things like use on table row is important because you want to fetch the records from database and you want to do operations. Then if you have idea of the store procedures. Any? Write SQL scripts right in the database. That's right. So those also we can able to execute using a store procedure. Right? You have any SQL query. We need to just follow the SQL code. That SQL query got executed. Yeah, I think I'm familiar with the queries on the databases. So that's about the database connectivity. Please practice. If you have any question, you can get back to me at any time. I will be happy to support, okay? Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Next topic I want to discuss today. Today we discussed basics of the JMS. So JMS. And earlier in the starting of sessions, we discussed about HTTP connector by HTTP request, also discussed by, we called some other data, some other SQL, HTTP URL. And we covered the database. And I will send you the pure JMS and you can create a new JMS. And you create a JMS. So I will discuss the JMS in the next session. You know that's a lot of people in MuleSoft. They use a Salesforce stuff. So I can create something for test stuff. Exactly. Yeah, you can create in the cloud. You can create some records in the Salesforce and you can fetch those records into your local and you can do whatever you want. Usually there is a use case is very important. Use case is Salesforce to database, bidirectional, synchronization. Wow, many companies want that one, yeah. Because the Salesforce in the cloud and the database in their on-prem system. Yeah. Right. So whenever a new record added to Salesforce and they want that record to your local database, that's right. And whenever a new record added to database, they want to transfer that database record to Salesforce. Yeah. We make these two systems in sync. That is a bidirectional sync. Bidirectional, yeah. So that is use case you can do to get idea about how to synchronize the Salesforce system and your local databases. So I have a question. Yeah. You saying that you can help me or there's a way to have a, like a data Salesforce, like a test system or some Salesforce. That's nice. I share your document to create an account in the Salesforce. Please create an account. How to create an object in Salesforce and that stuff you will discuss. This thing is done. So many characters are available based on our application requirement. We deal with those characters like as API Connect. I work at API Connect. Oh, but there is specific connectors. These are generic connectors. Now, one of the most important thing in the concept you need to learn is about error handling. What error handling? Error handling. That's key. So why we require error handling? What is the importance of error handling? Do you know? The key thing is that you know if there is an issue or there's a problem within. You know this application. You need to catch the error. You know the exceptions or the problems. So that you can deal with it or manage the problems. Fantastic. Excellent. So if you don't have proper error handling strategy, you don't have any clue and it is very hard to fix that problem, right? That's right. That's right. So we need to configure proper error handling means. For example, you develop an application. As a mule, it will, connect it to different systems like database. Right. So database is not responding. Database is down. So from the client you got the record and we need to insert that record to database. But database is not responding. Our client is expecting some information from the database. He is selected for review. But we are not able to, response back to client because the database is not responding. Yeah, right. Then what we need to do? First thing is we need to write a proper log statement to the log files. So that we come to know, okay, at this point, this is error. Because of that, we have not tried, so we need to. Whenever error occurs, we need to do proper logging in our log statement. Got it. So there are two kinds of errors usually. Right one is the system errors and business errors. You have an idea of system and business errors. Adam. So system error is, I think, something related to the system, whether it's like a network or database or, connections or access. That kind of stuff. And business is more like an application that you are dealing with right within the application. Yeah, so system is like when you connect to the network system. There is an issue that is called system error. And business error is like when processing the message. You send some message. That message is not proper. Some mandatory information is missing in the message. And instead of, memory edge, you send some string. Some information is not correct, so you're not able to process that message because the message is not, proper. So those messages fall on the business error. Right. Yeah. So how Mule manages this? Error handling is at 3 levels. First one is at application level. Application level. Flow level. And component level. So application level, flow level and component level. Right. So 5 global strategies for entire application. But suppose in your Mule application you have 5 flows. For 5 business operations, you define 5 flows. 5 flows. Wherever the error occurred, irrespective of any flow, you want to handle error in a similar manner. For that, you define one global error handler. So when an error occurs, you navigate. We route that error to the global error handler, and this will handle the error. So this is called application level error handling. Oh, you configure the error handling globally, you see. Okay, right? So at flow level also we have the error handling. I think in the first session we discussed flow contains 3 components. That moment I told you that we discussed about the error handling component later. The source, the processor, event source and processors and error handling. Right. So this section while processing the message. If you get the error, it landed it to the error handler section. Yes. Right. Then what activity we do instead of error handling? If error occurred, we need to do some activity, right? Yeah, so we can log the message to log file. So that message is available in the production logs. We can able to troubleshoot easily. Yeah. And we can send some notification emails to some teams. Nice, we got some error. Because of this, your processing is maybe delayed. Or if you get an error from the database, we can send an email to database support team. Hey guys, this is not responding to. Please check, something like that. Right. So we can send notifications. We can send logging, proper logging. Right. So those activities we can perform inside the error handling. Got? Right. Or else, if you don't want to send some, the technical stuff back to client, you want to send some meaningful message, you can configure that message over here. You can send that message to the client so that the client can able to understand, right? The message rather than showing some technical trace so that he is not able to understand the technical side. So those things you can do inside the error handling. Alright. So one thing application level is you configure on global error handler. There you managing errors, right? That is global handler. Flow level means you define error handling inside the flow. You manage, you define the handling part inside the flow. And there is one more component level, means for each component. What I can do is in the flow. For example, this is a flow. I can wrap the component inside something called tree-scope. The scope is available, tree-scope. I can wrap the component inside the tree-scope, and the tree-scope has an error handling section. What's called tree-scope? Right? Tree-scope. Tree-scope. Oh, tree-scope. Right. Okay, this is a trees. You can wrap the component or components inside the trees. So if the error occurs while processing that component, first it lands into the tree-scope error handler. So when you say the component, give me an example. Like what? Database select. Maybe the database select. OGMS publish. A transform message component. All these are components only. So transform message inside the flow. Yeah, that's components. Yeah, that's component. So the listener is component. Listener is also component. But okay. So I understand that connectors could be a component, right? Right? What is the component? Here means the icon is or even processors, not even listeners. Even processors. So anything, any icons like for example, transformer or even the logger or anything that you drag inside the event processor. That's what component is. Right? So what I can do is I can put try over here and I can add the try component. So now this is try. Try has error handler, right? I use the try in partial. If you have Java guy, you might have instead of trying Java programming. Yeah, I uses there's try catch called something about try catch in partial. PowerShell. Huh? Ho. So basically before I execute anything, I say I use a try catch. Try catch. Fantastic. So let me just put one simple example so that we get some idea on that. Yeah. I will discuss about. So this is the try catch. Watch, okay. O- Okay. Is there the default quota? Here, what I'm doing is I'm trying to read a file. There is a file read component. You can read a file actually using this valid component. So I want to read the file, the one I created just now. Yeah, the employee JSON file. So there is an employee JSON file in the C test path. I want to read that file. Alright. Employee. What do you do when you put employee? Right. So what happens if I try to read the file but we given wrong name? So my intention is to read the employee JSON, but I missed the word here. I know there is some. By mistake I given employee. I misspelled. Yeah. So I'm trying to read a file that is not existing in that path, right? Yeah. But that file is not existing. Oh. So to handle the error, the section is called error handling section. I can tell you, okay. We discussed about honor to continue and honor to propagate. As of now, there is one box in here. Right. Right. Okay. We need to tell what kind of error you want to handle. Maybe in your flow. Then you are doing different kinds of things like you're talking to database. Publishing. you are in Salesforce and do some transformations. You are doing, so many activities, but when the error occurs, error might occur in any case, right? Maybe error may occur while you are inserting record to database, or error may occur by publishing the information to JMS. Error may occur while you are trying to communicate with the Salesforce. The number of chances are there, right? So then, how you handle that error means which error you want to handle. You want to handle database error. You want to handle file error. You want to handle JMS error. What error you want to handle, right? So that type I need to go over here. If I click on the magnifying glass, it tells OK file illegal path. Because I'm doing only file operation, I'm able to see the file related errors. If I add database overwrite, but suppose select, then if you see that type over here, it contains DB connectivity. Nice. That is skill syntax. So based on the activities you are performing on the flow, component level, right? So each component, it has error handling and solution. Yeah. So if you want to handle error while reading the file, then you need to select file, illegal path, or file related file may be accessed in that error unit, right? So I have a question. Those options, right? Yeah, error type options. I know. Maybe I care about 2 or 3. But if you know if all these conditions can happen, right? Connectivity. And for example, like access denied and file lock and legal path. There's some of them that could potentially happen. Yeah. So what's the solution for that? Create that exception all the time, everyone. One thing is you want, manage the error in a very specific manner or in a generic manner. Okay. So you want to handle error in a specific manner means very. If you're given file illegal path, then you need to configure this error. And you need to define one more box on error continue. And for this box can handle the file lock or file connectivity file. So you need to define multiple. You have to call it each kind of error. RSU, what you want is, I don't want all this. Multiple handlers. I want to handle all errors in a generic manner. In that case, you need to define the as any R without giving any means. It will handle any kind of error. Whether it is database, whether it is, file as in any kind of error. Right? And that's better for all the components or per component. All the components is any handlers. All the components. Then why do we go for a? What is the design? Designed to define only any. Why we need to define a specific color handlers? Just because. Yeah, because because we can. The scope of the error message is based on that specific alert. You know the ones we expect and also the ones that we want to. You know that critical might be critical to the business, critical to the application to function. But the problem is that some applications have so many components and so many different errors can happen. Yes, and sometimes to create you know each error in a box. You know it will become like too many. Yes, there is some requirement, Adam. You need to handle the file related errors in a different manner. And you want to hand in the database in a different manner. First of all, that is a requirement. Yeah, so what I'm doing is this one I'm changing to the database. So see, the first part, the first error, if any file illegal part means you're reading a file but you're given the wrong part. If that occurs, you want to send the email notification to some network team or something developing something. And you want to manage this error in a different manner. So you defend dedicated. You know scope for that. So if database error occur, you want to send a mail to database team. So for you dedicate scope for this. You are handling two errors differently, right? That is advantage. If you put any right, all errors occur in the same manner, means all errors are managed in the same manner. So you are missing the opportunity to handle in a specific way, right? Yeah. Okay. So what is the best practices? You would define these specific boxes at the end. We will define any block means. Okay, I see none other satisfies. This will manage that error. Okay, got it, okay. Right. So now, what is error? Actually, that thing you understand before handling what is error. Error means some situation, right? It is error. So error you understand. Basically error everybody know. Error is a problem. Problematic situation, right? Yeah, so here the use of error is two sections. One is namespace. And second is identifier. Error composed of two, two sections. We will define error in two sections. Namespace means is it to which you know which names like is database or file or FTP or Salesforce. Right. That is called namespace. But suppose database DB is the namespace. DB. You may have different kind of error, right? You may given the wrong SQL. Because of that, error is coming. That is a bad SQL syntax. Bad SQL syntax, maybe chance SQL is good, but you are given the wrong password to connect to database. Then DB connectivity error, right? That is, you are not able to come to database because of the credentials are wrong. Right. So the identifier defines due to which reason or which which error you want to not able to database inside this namespace. Right? The file is a namespace. And you get file error because you are trying to read a file, trying to write a file. That is something like read-only files. So you're saying that the database file and whatever that component is the namespace. And whatever that's happening with this connectivity or the file path or access is identifier. Oh. So if you see the error type, right? If you see, it's composed of database, batch SQL syntax, database. Database DB is the identifier, namespace, and the SQL batch SQL syntax identifier. So anything before the column is a namespace, after that is identifier. Exact. Right. So to handle this error, we need to define a scope. This is a scope. If I'm seeing this on error content, this is scope. That scope we define to handle that error. Now I recommend today you go to this part in the use of standard documentation. I saw one. I'll bring you that where you can see all the errors, actually the error hierarchy. Okay, so I'll explain one simple example. I'm just responsible. What I'm doing is so what's the log? I want to write some log statement. I'll put not exist in the set failure. Is verifying. So here, what I'm doing is I'm reading these. Okay. Deployed. Now I'm trying to read the file. What given? What part I given over here? You see the part of the slash. Only anything. So in getting message like please verify the filing. Yeah, because I was quick. So this is what a message is. We know set over here in the set payload. That is written to the client. Okay. Error contains two sections. One is a namespace and identifier. Namespace identifier. So namespace is one. It tells a category, which category of error it is, database category or file or GMX, whatever. It tells about a category of error. Identifier defines the inside that category what actual error is. So in manual C, there we can handle error at 3 levels. Application level, app level, application level, flow and processor level. So this differentiation is very important for me. Application level means for multiple flows. In your Mule project, you have multiple flows. So for multiple flows, we can define one error handler. This error handler has a name. We will use some name to say it is a global error handler. The name of this error handler is a global error handler. You can give any name. So this error handler refers to the flow. If you refer, the error handler is the global this application level error handler. Flow level means for each flow has separate error handler section. If you define error handler, error handling logic in the flow specified space, that is called flow level error handler. Process level means we will grab the processor inside the try block. The try block has a dedicated error handler section. Last time you call it component level. Is it the same? Yeah, component level or processor level. So we will grab processors inside this try block, and if any error occurs, it's come to first try block. Try error handler. Got it? So one quick question. I think it's clear. You're right. You explained very well application level and flow level or process level. That's good. I understand. I think I remember how you define the error handler in the flow level, on the component level or process level. But I forgot, how do you define the errors in application level? Sure, I'll show you right now. One moment. In a moment, I'll show you. Because when you drag the listener, that is a flow level, isn't it? The flow level, well, how do you do? How do you do in application level? We'll understand about error handler. Assume error handler is a big container, right? Yeah. Error handler is a container. Yeah, and which contains what? Which contains error handler scopes. Error handler is a container that contains error handler scopes. Inside the scope, we will define our error handling logic. What to do when an error occurs? That logic will define inside the error handler scopes. Yeah. There are two types of scopes. One is on error continue. On error continue scope. And on error propagates. So we won't define error handler, error handling logic directly into error handler. Right? We won't define error handling logic directly into error handler. Rather, we define the error handling logic inside the scope. The first point, remember. See, even let me, So this is error handler. This is error handler. The box I'm highlighted, right? I can't define directly over here. I can't define some logger. Are you sharing another screen? I'm only see the board. There it is. I only see the board only. We match the board. No. I'm using this board for the first time. I'll be sharing, re-sharing. So this flow, this is called error handler. The one highlighted over here. Right? But this is a flow level. So error handler. Right? But I can directly put logger over here. This is not allowed. This is only error handling section. Error handling section. But I can put logic directly over here. What it contains. What the error handler contains. It's only error handler scope, right? It's only error handler scopes. It contains error handler scopes, right? What are the scopes? There are two kinds of scopes. We'll see the difference. One is on error continue or on error propagate. We can drag this, scopes. And inside these scopes, I can define my error handler on error propagate. Okay, so I have a question. And I understand, right? You explained more about what contains error handler scope. Correct. But this flow, this right now is error handler flow, right? Flow level. And I don't know if you could maybe take us, a few seconds. What is the application one? I'm coming to that point. Alright. Here there is. You can see something over here. Error handler. Right? I can drag this error handler and put over here. Right? So this has some name. See, the name of this error handler is error handler something. Error handler concept. Error handler something. I can make this small like I can do something. I can do any name. Okay, I'm giving this name as global error handler. Right. So, can I directly put logic over here? Like when I put logger over here. Is that alright? Yeah, so what is this container? What does it contains? The same, right? Yeah, it contains error handler. Yeah, I can put scopes. Right. Scope over here. Any number of scopes. Scope over here. And okay. Now it's clear. But this is the same one as the one on the top. Yeah. But this is flow level. This error handler doesn't require a name. Or you can just put it in the name. Yeah, it's inside the flow. Inside the flow. It doesn't require a name. I think they're both inside the flow, but one is. This is outside the flow. I can put one more thing, but they are okay. Alright, so that's inside the flow. This one inside the application. Inside the application. Something about this one. See, it's not inside the flow. This is an independent entity, independent error handler, where this is only for dedicated for this flow only. Got it? Okay. So this logic is for handling errors occurring in this flow only. Yeah, it won't bother errors in other parts of our application. Right. For this flow, scoped error handler. This is global error handler application scoped error handler. We can refer this one anywhere in any flow. We can come on. Right? So I can do one thing right now. And different on both. Oh, see this. This is a click on that section, right? Yeah, the difference is asking for difference. Yeah, if I open here, I can see all global error handlers. Right now, my application contains only one global error handler. So it's showing up. If I select like this, what happened? So this guy is referring this error handler. If any error occur in this flow, the control comes over here. So there are some components that don't come with error handler. So what is the last, the one that you dragged last time? The one that was pointing to the global one. Yeah, the scheduler. Scheduler is just a footer. I can remove the scheduler. Nothing else. So scheduler has its own error handler. Yeah, scheduler has its own error handler. Even it is, scheduler has its own error handler. See, it is scheduler over here. And it is a flow actually. It is not scheduler. See, this is a flow. In the source, the scheduler is. We can't get the scheduler in the source. Oh, so the flow has an error handler section, right? If you click on the error handler section, it is asking for reference. Okay, it means, are you referring to any global error handler? That's what it is asking. If you don't want to refer to global error handler, what we do? We can expand this one and we can define error handling over in this flow. Either we need to refer the global error handler or we can define error handling logic for this flow. Locally, we can define error handling logic for that flow. Right, but right now it's empty. And so say that we have a log. Can you put a log or something under the scheduler? So if we do that, then okay, that's the component level. So this error handler, it wants us either to use a global or its own error handling. So how do they know? And so create a new nickname. If we say that, for example, if we say to you this is, you know there will be error, use a local error handler or its own local error handler and not global one. Although how do we define that? Okay. Now what is this flow name? Error handling concepts flow, right? So I go to this level, see? Error handling concepts flow. This is a flow start from here and from here. If you see, there is error handler defined over here. This is inside the flow. Yeah, see that the flow hands over here, right? Right, error handler is defined inside this one. So if any error occurs, this table take care. Yeah, so there is no name over here. See, there is no name. I did not give any name, right? And let me see one more difference. See, this is what is this. Error handling concepts flow 2. The name of this flow 2. But what is doing error handler reference? It's referring to global error handler. If you see the code of that flow error handling concepts, flow 2 error handler ref. Ref means referring to global reference. Yeah, right. So did you pick the global error handler? Yeah. Did you associate it to this, or it did automatically? No, I show you actually. Okay, I can do one thing. I can do this one. Initialize this like this, I associate that one. Or deassociate. I can go to here and one moment I can show you how to associate. The referencer, see the reference. See, there is no error handler on here, right? So we click on this blocks. It is asking for reference. Alright, we select that one. What happened? You will. Yeah, I'll put there. Global error handler. Reference global error, right? Like that. So if you want it, it's on global error handler. So if you want it, it's on error handler for this, like the concept of flow 2. Then what do? Either you do different, global or local, not both. Yeah, I know. How do you make it local? Go over here and remove that one. Remove the reference. You create a new one. No. Remove that, just remove the reference. That's it, and create a new one. Now come over here and it is the new reference is gone. Now add your logic. Add a random scope. Then on area. On air. Continue that scope. That's it. It's become local now. It's local. Okay. So this is that I know it's very important topic is very important. And and I'm going to you have to really good at it, but how hard it is to learn. It's easy. Actually. So right? I don't know, for some reason. It feels like a overwhelming, like so many, because so many components and so many flows, and you have to take all the flows into the errors into account. And I don't know. Yeah, I think I understand it very well. The only thing is that every time I create a flow, we have to you have to take error handling into account. And then every time you have a component, you have to take error handling into account. And then we also have a global error handling. So I understand it very well. I'm thinking I don't know. Is this like I don't know? Maybe it's a tedious word. You know a lot of. Yeah, once we start working on that. Got. We discussed about error handling. What is error handling? Error handling is a container. Container you can put in local or global. I like that. This is a box or container, whatever it contains. Error handler scopes. Error handler is a container that contains error handler scopes. If I put this error handler box inside the flow, that becomes flow-based error handler. If I remove that box from the flow and put outside, it becomes global error handler. If I put the same box inside a tree scope, that becomes component error handler. But box and box contains the scopes. Now, what are the scopes? Why the scopes? Yeah, because I think that's the question. Each scope is defined to handle error. Okay. Each scope is defined to handle some error. So in your logic you are writing, you are defining some logic. Right? So in your logic, what you are doing is what your requirement is. We will get a request from the postman or some client. Some client will do request to us. The first activity we need to do is we need to write that request, whatever payload that is coming from the client. That payload we need to write to file. Yes. Write to file the first activity. And second activity is you need to insert a recorded database. Whatever things that come that you need to insert a database. Insert to base. And finally, if database is successfully inserted, write the confirmation to James. Okay, successfully inserted. Okay, if you have any failure in the database, you need to write failure to insert to database something that the result we need to write to GMs. Okay. Yep. That is your business requirement. Right? So now you are coding that one. First you write to file and you insert it to database. Okay, this is file component. You write into file. Afterwards your database insert. And finally gems publish. Okay, 3 activities you are doing inside the probe. Now how many types of errors we may encounter while executing this probe? There is a chance of getting errors. How many types of how many? You know what I say. What are the chances? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We may get the file errors. We may get database errors. We may get James errors. Okay, yeah. So to handle each kind of category, we define a box. This is error handler. Error handler is a box. There is a box. Inside this box, to handle each kind of category, we define a scope. This scope is responsible for handling file errors. And another scope is responsible for handling database errors, and another scope is responsible for handling GEMS errors. It is not always like that. You can put one scope and you can handle all the errors in single scope. Also, that's also possible. Then why scope is? Scope is intended to handle error, actual error. In each scope you can configure. Hey, scope, what error are you going to handle? I can tell this. I can configure this scope to handle that kind of error. If file error occurs, control comes. So if anything error occurs in the database, control comes to the second block. If GEMS error occurs, control comes to third block. So what I do is each error I can handle in a separate way. in whatever the requirement demands. Right. I got the flexibility right. That's good. But based on what you showed me, there are so many namespaces in the file and also database. There are so many different errors in each scope. That's the challenge. Yeah, I can show you right now how to handle that one, how to configure the error in the scopes. But try to understand what is the scope actually, what is error handler. Error handler is a simple box that contains scopes. First point, each scope is intended to handle some error. Yeah. Right. Now we will understand about on error, continue and on error propagate, and I can show the demo. Okay. On error, continue and on error propagate. What are these? The types of scopes. I told you two types of scopes, right? One is on error continue kind of scope and another on error propagate kind of scope. Propagate. So what your requirement is, what your boss says, hey dude, you need to. You need to develop some functionality, right? Write to a file. You got a request, write that request to a file. Afterwards, write to database and write to publish. And condition is, even if writing to the file fails, okay, some reason maybe the file is not available or some network issue, something issue file fails. You need to continue and write to database. Don't write an error. Even if file operation fails, because this is you feel, the business feels this is not much. Okay, but okay, that is not much. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. I need to go ahead and continue database operation. Usually what happens when an error occurs, it will throw us back right. What do you think, Hadoop? So can you say the last part? So I understand the error. To continue, yeah. The second one is an error propagate right. Propagate. So that means what? Propagate means if error occurs, stop the execution. Both means you can stop, but okay. Now propagate means the error will throw back to the client. Continue also, it's sent back to client. But continue retains a success response, whereas propagate retains an error response. On error continue. That means, we know the error, we can capture it, but application will continue. The request will continue. There is some exception. You said I'm confusing, I'm sorry. Yes. Oh. Whenever an error occurs in any component at the flow level, okay, for example, you're doing some error. Yeah, you got error right. You can write it to Pioneer. Okay, the Pioneer is not accessible. So it stops the execution and kill itself. It won't move forward. What happens here? It goes to the comes to the is on continuous flow. Okay, yeah. If I'm handling the file errors in continuous scope or something, it might be continuous scope or propagate scope. I can choose anything. But if I am handling in a continuous scope, what happens is all the processes inside the continuous scope will execute it and the response sent to client. But that response is success response. The 200 is here to support the success response and send back to client. Right. So even error occurs, it comes to continue block, and this continues execution and success. Response sent back to client. If I am handling the file error on error propagate scope, for example, okay, propagate scope also, the control comes over here. Whatever you define, it will execute over here, but it will throw this error object to the client. It won't send a continue. Success response. Okay. And then, when it sends back the information to the client about the error, then it will not execute anymore. It will stop. In both the cases, it stops. Only in both the cases, even on error, continue also the file after the file. It won't execute this one and this one. This both are not get executed. It lands into this scope. The scope will execute and the response is sent back to client. It will stop. Let me tell you one more thing, okay? I can show you this example. Let me try about this to another propagate error continue. What I do is, okay, some live. I'm right here. And if I show you the configuration, this is very simple. It's a configuration. I configured it, the port 881. And there is no path. There is no path. Okay, very simple. And there is some set payload. I put some payload like HTTP request operation. Something like that. And here what I'm doing is I'm doing some HTTP call. What's this typical? I'm calling abicom/abc. Actually, this is a weird one. This this URL is not exist in the world. So I will definitely get it. Right. Okay. And then okay. Then you log it. It go to this part, not the right. So let me debug this one. So I have a question. I thought you said in error handling, you cannot log it. You cannot the log. You cannot. I thought you said the error handling section. The only thing that you can go there is the on the two scripts of error handling. But looks like you have a log here. Is that just because you give me example? Two scopes, right? Okay, let me show you the scope. So what is the scope? Scope handling. So I didn't give any type over here, right? But scope. So you choose on error propagate right. On error propagate, yeah. But inside there it has a logger. I put some logger just to log on to logger. Just to log this one. That was a direct question. Something like that. Oh, I can put anything over here. Whatever you want, okay. Yeah. My understanding was that an error handling section you can only put either on propagate or on continue. Yes, on error continue. See, this is a box. But the one you know. Yeah, this box that says what? On error propagate. So inside there you can put anything. Yeah, inside there you can put the logic error handling logic. Whatever logic you want to, it says that put over here. Let the logic be set. Got. So you run, yeah. See, no control is over here. You know, there is no error actually. But the thing is, I did execute this request. I'm not saying. You can send that one. What happens? I got error now. Then you can see the red border, right? See, I got an error. Okay. So now you see. You see what the error is. Yeah. Et for peer. Error type is HATEP forbidden. Right. Put. See, it is. But what? Yeah. Right. See, this is a type of it. Yeah. 4 I see tree that. And if we go inside over here, and there is a parent error type. There is some hierarchy. Actually, it should be forbidden. It's a child of HTTP client security. And it is child of mood client security. And it is child of mood security. And finally, Mulani. Mulani is a parent one. Mulani means it handles any kind of thing. I can show you the hierarchy. This isn't just for your knowledge purpose only. I show you. It doesn't matter. See this error type. HTTP is a namespace and forbidden is an identifier. So now, if I move forward, the control comes to on error propagate scope. See over here, it's getting a bit tight. And if I click once again, what happens is I'll get C500 server error. And HTTP request operation is not there. It's a some payload. How I got that payload is, you see the log. You put that in the log. Log won't come. Log only writes to the error record by sending request. This slide is come to log. And so log port. Here see. I got this one right. The record was sending the request. Log you open. You only see the console. Yeah. And I'll put your file. Oh. Error record. I got this response. So hold on. Hold on, yeah. Yeah. So can you go back to the flow? So the error handling. The error message in the log. So the log. Okay, if you go the log. Yeah, here, yeah. So error record was sending request. Error record was sending, that becomes what? That's error message, right? You log in. And that's what the then postman get it back as a payload. It's only right to log file. Log files. Log files are there right first. If any error occurs, what we do? we check the log files first. So this one writes the log. And it set the error record. Right? Exactly. Okay, let me show you the log file. It is actually okay. So I go to this one. What is our application name? For the moment, our application name is Error Handling Concepts. This is application name Error Handling Concepts. Now there is a file called inside the app, Error Handling Concepts. Inside this one, to find so this is a log file. The one I write is your error occurred while sending request. You can see that. You know that is log file. And that's what you had on the log. And then is that what? What do you call that postman? Gets back as well. No. That's what I'm explaining now. How postman gets that one. See in this is the guy, right? Okay, what is this? This is talking with the postman, right? So whenever you send a request, that is first received by the listener. What listener will do? Listener will change to mule event and the mule event is given to set payload component. And this process will happen. At last, that will mule event is given to listener and listener again transform back to HTTP response. And that's response sent back to postman. Is that clear? Yeah. Now, who will be sending response back to postman is listener. Is sending response back to postman actually. So if I put a listener, if I click on the listener, and you can see a response section over here. I put a response section. What response I am sending? I'm sending payload as a response back to postman. You can see here. Sorry, not body. There is some response, error response actually. The error response means I'm sending payload as a response to the postman. Here I'm setting some response. What period I'm setting HTTP request operations is the period I'm setting right before. HTTP request operations, payload, HTTP request operations. This is a payload I set before getting error right. So that error will go to the client actually. But actually what way? This is a modified actually. I did modify what by default what it contains. Let me, what is that? I can show you. I can show you what response section. See response section. The error response. It contains error.description. This one. This is the same over here. But this response, the error response section. Instead of payload, I put error.description. Okay, I'm sending this error. Now I exclude that request operation. So, error.description. What is description? HTTP put on resource permitted. This is the description, right? So I'm sending this error. So what? How I am getting output is the listener, that is the response section. The response. If successful response, this payload will go back to Postman. If any error occurs, there is error response section. It is sending error.description. Means whatever error occurs, that error description is sent to Postman by default. If you want to change, I changed earlier, but by default I will show you that. Okay. Now you can see this 500 error means error is thrown back to client. Actually, got it. So now what I have to do is, I have to do this. This is a flow reference. Flow reference is referring to flow. This flow reference is referring to this flow. So what I said about the flow reference Adam. If flow reference is encountered, all these three components will come and sit over here. It's over here, right? Yeah, remember that, Adam? Yeah, can you say one more time? So what happened? That's a flow to flow to. I'm referring flow to in this section, in this main flow. This has a main flow. The main flow. This one is the main flow. What I'm doing is I'm referring other flow. That name is flow to. The flow to is like this. Okay. So in your first sessions, what I told is whenever we have a flow reference right, whatever the components inside that flow will come and execute in this place, right? Remember? So we listen. Then the information goes to the flow 2, right? A flow 2, that flow to is the better expression we can use. All these components will come and execute in this place. So okay, logically, this flow to, but this execution happening in the flow 1 only, sorry, main flow only, okay. Yeah. Now the catch is this flow has error handle and this flow has error handle. See the polyg flow. This flow We refer to flow 2 has error handle and main flow has error handle. Right. So if I configure a error handle scope like this on error propagate, so this one control handles TP. What I want to do is I want to handle any all step errors. I have a whole bunch of CP errors, right? What I want to handle any kind of ST error. I want to handle by the scope. If I give any right, what happens? Even if we test database, that is also happening to the scope, right? But what the requirement is, I want to configure this scope in such a way that it handle all step errors. Right. So, in that case, what you do configure is, you should not configure this one. You should configure this one. They need to do some expression. Oh, what you can do is error. Okay, I'll show you this one. How to configure this one to handle all step errors. First, we want to do this. Okay, that one. Multiple things. That one, I put it later. How to configure a scope to handle specific kind of error. That one, I put it later. Now focus on one thing, Adam. Right, there are two flows are there. The main flow and flow 2. Right. And the error occurring in the flow 2. Okay, so let me put a hybrid point over here. It's already running. Let me try. So now it is putting this one. Right, Adam? You are seeing? If I remove or whatever is called error and the control comes to this error handler. So now what kind of error handler it is actually? What type of error handler? Non-error propagate error? Yeah. Propagate error handler propagates the error to the calling flow, right? Main flow. So if I click over here, what happens is there is propagated over here and from here to the propagated over here. Right. And from here it's going to the line. The client. So here is subflow. Subflow is not subflow. There are two flows. The call flow. Call flow and calling flow both has the error handlers. But both has the on error propagate scope and the handlers. So error is propagated from call flow to calling flow to client. It's problem. Right. It goes back from here to here to client. For example, if I configure this error handler as an on error continue, the flow to what I'm doing is I'm configuring on error continue, not on error propagate. I'm configuring on error continue. I was going to ask you that's nice. Let's see. Let's see what it does. Yes, error comes here and here. Yeah. 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 So if I move to the next point, what happens is see the control comes to the logger. Right? So the flow reference was successfully executed even though error occurs. This continues to not return the error to the main flow. Oh, so that's what the error continue means. It moved to the next component, next one. Yeah, right. But if when it was propagate, it didn't go logger. It came to the flow back. Right. And it give back to the listener. Yeah. In the previous example I showed you. Yeah, it is propagate. Error propagated to flow reference and then error propagated to this level. Okay. Right. And this means it excludes. Success response. Even though it get error message. Even though it error means see, this has to continue. Whatever is error is propagated to the main flow. Error is not propagated to main flow. So there is no error. It is succeeded success. Logger is executed and success, yeah. But how can be 200? Because remember we were requesting a bad URL. And that bad URL is supposed to be like you cannot. It is supposed to go like 403 or 500 or whatever. Then that was bad error message. And then when it comes back to that is what the error continue did in a flow tool. And when it passes back to the logger, it is supposed to print an error message. Right. So it will be back to logger. What we are printing in this logger after a specific request. Some message I am printing over here. Second. Right? Alright. I know the log. So I print whatever you have a log. But in this time it is not reporting correctly what the error message was. Just because the reason is on error continue. On error continue. Okay, I see they could propagate. The error is popped back to the main flow. From the, from where it is occurred. It is propagated back to the main flow. But error is not propagating from this flow to this flow because of this one. On error continue. I have a crazy question. Yes. And is there like a custom error handle in Mule? Yeah, where you code or like you write up a script. Like if this do this, if this do this. Yeah. Is that common? It's a common sense. It depends on the customer and the handle for that. For some of the errors. But most probably manage this one. Oh. Is this like this error? I know that error and error. The two scopes of error handling in Mule. Like you showed me. Like error handle to continue or error handle propagate. Is this the concept that MuleSoft offers? Right. Exactly. And I think that's good to know that. But I'm thinking in real world, you might see a lot of other. You may have a different way, a customer's way of doing it. Of handling this. There are certain conditions that you want to continue. The uncertain conditions that you want to propagate. I don't know, but I'm thinking out loud here, I'm thinking I'd be people like you who have done this so long. Do you? You don't depend on error. Continue on error. You might come up your own way of doing error handling. That's not common. It's very rare. We have so much customer. It's a requirement. We define some kind of error handling framework for each project. That we follow that framework. We define some framework, the customer framework, but that contains this components, on the other, propagate and other continuing components. Alright, we'll get to that one. And I'm thinking, well, thank you, that's good. This really is important subject, and I hope once we use a real projects that we will all have some better idea how to utilize this. But I understand the concept wise and the scope of error handling and how to use them. How is used? Summarize, we have error handler. Error handler is simply a box. It contains error handler. We put this box outside the flow or inside the flow. If you put inside the flow, it becomes local. If it's outside the flow, that's global. This box contains error handler scopes. Each scope is intended to handle some errors. That's right. The two kinds of scopes, that is, one is continuous scope and one is propagate scope. So propagate scope will propagate error back to client who called this scope. That's right. And a continuous scope won't send an error. This block will execute. And the output of this block execution. This may send back to client success response. So continuous scope doesn't send error back to client, whereas propagate scope sends an error back to client. Here client means that may be a flow that is referring this flow. Maybe another flow that is referring this flow, maybe a client application that is calling this flow. So whatever. When the request comes to this flow, right? So propagate will send the error back to the caller, whereas continue won't send the error back to caller. That is the main fundamental limited number. Alright. And each scope, whether it may be propagate or continue, will configure. What we configure? We configure error. Means this scope is capable to handle that error. Right. Okay. Do you have any meeting now? What is that? Do you have any meeting? Do you have anything now? No, I think I'm good. I'm good for next 15 minutes. Oh. Shout if you have anything. Sounds good. Thank you. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.